Should be live. Checkaroo. Checkaroo, bonaroo. Yeah. We back, baby. We back. Today's not gonna be as long of a stream as yesterday. It's not gonna be short, mind you. I'm aiming for like a max of 5.5 to 6 hours. Just about 5.5 to 6 hours. And a minimum of like 3. That's where I'm at with today's stream plan. We might hit somewhere in the middle there, but we'll find out. Ready, room. Now, last time we left off, we got our navigator. We did a little bit of storage stuff with, I almost said Adelard. Not Adelard, our sororitas lass. Our main bolter bitch. Argenta. This is Argenta. Someone DM'd me, actually, interesting enough, and said, yo, I don't think she's romanceable. And I'm like, nah, come on. They wouldn't put that in front of us. You know, they wouldn't tease us with that. You know, a little hold out the bait and be like, hey, you got a sister in your main crew. You know, she's one of your party members. Yeah, you got the sister. Yeah. Give me. No, can't romance her. No! You know. That'd be worthy of the Darth Vader, like, shout of no. I will say this, I now have to figure out how to sell my shit, because I am getting an increasingly chunky inventory. So far, it doesn't look like there's any, like, limit on bag space. Like, there isn't a weight stat, as far as I've seen, attached to any of the items. So, I'm not sure if I need to worry about it. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. I am trying to figure out if there is a store I can sell stuff in. I thought maybe talking to High Factotum or Factotum Generous Danrock would release that. Let's see. I wish to bolster my gears, get new with real fighters. Right now, I'm needing new training. Remind me, what does he do on my ship? As a High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you in your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers and find buyers to whatever you wish to sell. Alright, so this is the guy we sell stuff through. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Want to know, I wish to bolster my retinue of skilled fighters. Right now, I need training. And then, like, the rest of the questions are, like, about himself. Yeah, so I want to sell my shit. But there isn't, like, a, hey, can I sell my items option here. Which is annoying. Oh, by the way, you guys will notice I altered my portrait. I noticed it was a little off-center yesterday, so I fixed it. I'm now centered in the image, and it looks so brilliant, doesn't it? It's a little bit brighter than their images. It's not as dark, but hey, it still looks amazing. I probably could put a filter over it, but eh. Well, maybe this. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Postal Captain, who interests you exactly? We most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbalika, the Casbalika mission, or Emperor Forgive Us, the Fellowship of the Void. What is the Fellowship of the Void? Janus emits a laugh like a gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth... Actually, let me do my, A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward oh, I skipped the line. Awkward cargo off our hands, without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead. But so far, our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riser Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amacicus on footfall. I almost read that as football. On footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. So we actually have to go places to sell the stuff. Like, we can't just go to him every time we leave a mission and sell the stuff. Okay. Alright, end dialogue. Alright, I'll talk to him more later, potentially. Now I'm looking for... I've already spoken with Argenta and done stuff with her. I think I need to speak with the navigator, but she's probably not on the bridge. I wouldn't assume, anyway. Right, to Lord Captain's quarters. I haven't been to my quarters now. Gotta check that out. I haven't checked that. Alright. Does it still have blood on it from when her brains got shot in? Okay, no, they even... Actually, I think they even changed the chair. Oh, I just noticed that skull. What's that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be an orc skull? Unknown Xenos makes it seem like a bony face is mocking you. It looks like it says some unknown Xenos, and to be fair, that doesn't look like an orc jaw. But at the same time, might be a distant cousin to the fungal spores. Ooh, I got my own bath. Splendid. I might smell like female perfume for a while. Ooh, I got a bedchamber. Dude, that is gonna be a place that is gonna get wrecked. Alright, back to the bridge. I don't take it we can customize that, so that's fine. Which I didn't expect we'd be able to customize our captain's quarters. I mean, that'd be neat. But, yeah, there's already so much you get to do with this. Oh, there's Cassia. Never mind, she is on the bridge. I looked right past her. Wait, where's Adira then? Wouldn't Adira also be on the bridge? I guess not. Anyway.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Wait, the way she said that is like we've conversed numerous times. Adjust my hat. My headphones. Okay, tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Jeez, I can go aggressive from the get. Listen to sounds.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
There's a dark blue knot tightening on your neck? What? I have something on my neck? Or does she mean like a vein?
You have my permission, Lord Captain.
I didn't think that was a bad response. I find it weird that the game just assumes, you know, oh, you're not happy with that. I was actually interested, but okay. So you've never lived anywhere other than Yurk 5. Tell me about your life on the station. Your third eye, do you always conceal it? What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp? Let's start with something a bit more casual. So you've never lived anywhere other than Yurk 5.
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends, someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture? Jesus. A lot of things are like passive aggressive.
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence.
Woody is such a great setting, isn't it?
And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Okay, you have a point. It's about time we made the dicks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. Everyone, yes, gather forth. I'm going to have all of your vocal cords ripped out. Yes, have a good day. A ruler cannot maim people just because it is in his power to do so. On the contrary, it is the duty of every ruler to look after his subjects. I mean, that's true, but at the same time, this is 40k, so rulers very much do horrible shit like that. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House Orcelio. I mean, in 40k, widespread is certainly not how I describe it. Yeah. It is definitely more unique. It's not that it... I would describe it as uncommon. I wouldn't describe it as unique to her situation. Like, it's House Orcelio are the only ones to have done such a thing. No, it's been done before, and done in plenty of places throughout the Imperium. But I would say it's uncommon.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Yeah, as far as I'm thinking in 40k lore, I can think of more scenarios where people are allowed to have their vocal cords than not. The situations or circumstances where, like, obviously, well, the skulls, actually, I'm trying to think. Because technically, they do still have a voice. It's not vocal cords, though. But they're little communicators, so. Servo skulls still have a form of communication, so even they have a voice. So more often than not in the Imperium, individuals are allowed to keep their voice, even if even if they're servants. So for me, I do think that is unique to her situation. Morning, Yokai. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? First one here. Congratulations. The ability to speak is more useful than any other reason. I mean, it's more useful than not. Speech in communication is crucial for the functionality of a society. Even a fucked up society like the Imperium. Hey, Asmo, what heresy are we committing today? Well, I'm talking to Cassia at the moment, just learning a bit more about her. Someone DM'd me last night and told me that apparently they think Argenta is not romanceable, which is a fucking crime, but I don't know if they're right or not. We'll find that out. Not that I'll do I will say if there's a character I'm going to romance outside of Argenta, obviously we haven't met every companion, I don't think anyway, but I'm probably going to go with Cassia. Because so far, talking to her, I'm liking her more as I talk to her. Not as much as Argenta. Certainly not, but a little bit more than... I definitely like her more than Adira. Adira, I just kind of... I'm at that point I'm not liking. Because she's crazy. But, I don't know, talking to her, getting to know her. And after that, we're going to go recruit meat shields and fodder for my ship. And a couple of important people, but mostly fodder. Alright, your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
It helps that she has a soothing voice. It does. It does. She is nice to listen to.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Yeah, but compared to most navigators, you don't look half bad, I'm gonna say. At least based on your portrait and the description in text we were given earlier. And some navigators look extremely fucked up. And the navigator gene to. Oh man, I can come right in swinging with a "You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. Who cares for the opinion of the short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us, and keep their thoughts to themselves. You do not look repulsive, Cassia. I cannot blame them. Navigators are mutants, albeit highborn mutants. How kind. I tap. I mean, I'm going to. If Argenta is not an option, yes. She looks like a normal albino. She is for the most part. The parts that aren't normal albinoism, if you will, is she has slits underneath her eyes, which most navigators do. They're kind of warp fuckery, and they also have a third eye, which she's concealing with a gem. She also has elongated fingernails, and her limbs are longer. Like, her arms don't stop at like where ours were. Like, your arms stop at where your pockets are on your thigh, right? Normally, hers go down to like her knees. At least that's how I'm visualizing it, because they're lankier and longer than usual. So she has exceedingly long arms. So she's stretched out, if you will. Now, that's not really showcased on her model or in her artwork, but that's how it was described in the text. So, for the most part, she is an albino. Like I said, she is not a great example of what navigators normally look like. They clearly, for the sake of having her be an attractive character to be romanceable, have toned down the mutations slightly. She looks more like a Xeno. Or like an alien from another franchise. More concise, less disfigured. Most navigators, they look very disfigured. All of them have a third eye. All of them have similar features in some regards, but they also have additional corruptions on top of it. But they're needed to traverse the warp, so they're treated with great respect. I will say this for my character wouldn't have so much of a problem with mutants, I would say, as much as heretics and Xenos. Like, those two, my character would have a problem with, given their religious zealotry to the Imperium and to the God Emperor. Although enemy mutants, obviously, they're fair game, but she's a navigator. Her mutations are acceptable by the Imperium's own standards. She's probably the prettiest navigator in 40k. I'd say so. I mean, again, they tone down the aberration aspect, or the abhorrent elements of the navigator mutations to make her attractive. So, yes. she would definitely be one of the more attractive navigators. By default. I don't know. You do not look repulsive. You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. I don't know if I should come in swinging with that one. Like, I don't know, man. That might be a bit more, like, a bit flirtatious from the outset, you know? You're just taking her hand, you're mine. Mi amor. I don't know if I should come in swinging with that. But at the same time, you do not look... That feels very regimented, doesn't it? You do not look repulsive. It's like, do I look ugly? You do not look repulsive. You do not look repulsive. It's more grounded. Yeah, it's more grounded, but it's also very stiff. So I'm kind of... I'm not going with 2. But you are beautiful, Cassia. Don't let anyone can say otherwise. I don't know, I'm leaning towards that one. It's a bit flirtatious, a bit forward, but it's not overly so. You do not look repulsive is a little stiff, but it's also the least forward. Yeah. You do not look repulsive.
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
Kinda wish I'd gone with the other option now. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me.
That explains the
moved
painting.
brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
That's an interesting way to describe the warp, actually. A warp painter. Pretty much.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
This is actually kind of this is fascinating. I love what they've done with the writing here. Like, they are exploring, like, and the navigators are a great avenue to do it. They are exploring the ways to interpret the warp. And it can get a little overzealous to do that sometimes. Like, I think the one thing that is hardest to describe in detail in 40K is the warp. It's best to, like, when you describe it to people, like, outside the hobby, and even inside the hobby, when you're trying to describe what the warp is to someone, it's really hard to explain it. And this kind of gives a little bit of another avenue in which you can. It's an endless, variable, untamed force that's mostly malicious and evil and twisting, but in its own fucked up way, it does have a form of beauty within it. It is extremely... The warp is the personification of evil, but in its purest form. But even then, that doesn't quite do it justice. That's why it's so hard usually to describe it. You usually you have to describe it in broad strokes, right? Because if you try and narrow it down, you really can't. And that's kind of the point of the warp. The immaterium is immaterial. Like, to describe it in material terms, and to try and give it a visual, to try and give it an encompassing description, is antithetical to its concept. That being said, like, again, broad strokes, you can very easily describe it. The warp is it's like the upside down in Stranger Things. It's the reverse world to our own. The materium is the material world. It's where physical, breathing life exists, whereas the immaterium is all immaterial concepts, such as, you know, your mindsets, beliefs, concepts, thought, nightmare, dream, heaven, hell. It's all these conceptual things. It's the things created of the intellectual and sapient mind, made manifest, but not yet at the same time not made manifest, and made so in a twisted evil format. But is it evil because these immaterial things are inherently evil, or because they are often interpreted that way by the material existence? The material exists, oftentimes I would say it's evil because the material existence has twisted these things ourselves to make them evil, thus making chaos. And even then, most of the time when you put it that way to someone, you're gonna get this in response. Okay. I'm gonna go over here now. Like you always feel crazy just trying to describe it, and I think that's the beauty of the warp. The best way to describe it, I think, is that it is a twisted version of what interpret is the worst version of what you believe on what you see. You might want to clean up the phrasing of that, but I think I see what you're trying to say. Yeah. I will say the one misconception I think a lot of people have is that there is a physical element to the warp. They're like oh, in the warp, like when people visualize the realms within the warp of Khorne, of Slaanesh, of Nurgle, they envision like physical worlds, and sometimes they are portrayed as physical realms, but they're only become physical when viewed or consumed, if you will, by a material being. So if you enter the warp, not in a ship, first of all, you die anyway, but let's say you're a worshiper of chaos and you go to the realm, like let's say Mortarion goes to the realm of Nurgle. He goes directly to his world. He would actually visually see something. Like, something would manifest for him to interact with. But by all accounts, when not perceived by something, the immaterium is just an amorphous concept. There is no physical element to the warp. When demons cross over to the materium, that is the first time they are manifesting physical bodies. So by all accounts, though we have visual artwork like ascribing visual characteristics to Khorne, to Nurgle, to Slaanesh, or to Tzeentch, by all accounts, none of the three actually have physical forms, but at the same time do. That's kind of the fun of of talking about the warp. It's just insanity, and that's the point. But by all accounts, the immaterium is just that. It is non-material. It is not a physical realm. We can enter it, but it's literally entering hell. So yeah, demons within the warp have no physical presence. When they enter the materium, they manifest physical bodies. Which is fun to think about. Because just imagine, you're an amorphous just being within the warp. You are an essence unto yourself in a greater mass. And then suddenly you get sieved through this tight hole, effectively. And then all of a sudden, you manifest a physical being. Sometimes I just wonder what that's like for the demons of the war. Because one moment, you have no physical body, you're just an amorphous conceptual consciousness in the realm of your given loyalty. Hell, you might even be an undivided one, so you're not necessarily Korn, Zinch, Nurgle, Slanesh. But you're just kind of sieved into the materium, and all of a sudden you have limbs, you have tentacles, you have an eyeball, you know, you can see. You just gotta wonder, like, how jarring that would be for a Chaos Demon. It's just like, this is new.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orselio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
I take it House Orselio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
The transfer of power to his successor is currently underway. Interesting. Can I take from that she's going to inherit the control, or am I interpreting that correctly? Because the young woman purses her lips slightly. So either she doesn't like the person who's going to be taking over the house, or she's taking it over and she's lamenting that fact. That's how I interpret the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. Interesting. Very, very interesting. You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felix committed his sabotage. So then you must be the Novator's successor. Alright, so she's the successor.
Nothing is decided yet.
I was right about one of those.
Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors
we're gonna break down of all of them, okay.
Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
I'm with her, to be honest. He is my favorite character so far. Total Chad.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom.
I feel like we're about to get Like, I feel like we're gonna get...
Unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Marlena, you wonderful being, you. Long time no speak. How are you? How's the game so far? Pretty damn good. I'm about 9 hours in at this point, I think. Yeah, because I was like 8.5 hours yesterday. I streamed it all day yesterday. It was pretty expensive. I can't do the same amount of hours today because I work, but it's pretty damn good so far. The music, the atmosphere, and the aesthetic are nailing 40K. The combat's pretty fun if you like CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate 3. It's pretty damn enjoyable so far, I'd say. Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. I love it. But it feels weird to put it this way, but I'm only about 9 hours in, and these games typically go for much longer. Yeah, one thing I'm worried about with, I
have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
No problem, my dear. So, one thing I am worried about is with Abelard, is that one of two things is going to happen with him. Because everybody loves and respects him so far. And this is 40K. So, when you're wondering who's going to die or betray everybody, look to the person who's most liked in the room. And Abelard's the most liked. So I'm worried. I want him to just be a fun, good character. Because we've already had one set. Like, the game started with, like, 2 betrayals. And I'm worried that he's going to end up being the one to have killed the Lady Theodora. Because we know it wasn't Voiver. We know it wasn't that douchebag. And we know it wasn't Edelthard. Or at least I'm pretty sure it wasn't Edelthard. It would feel weird if that was revealed later, oh, he's the one to have done it. It's like, but he already died. He's dead. He's gone. He got turned into a chaos spawn. So I feel like that's just going to be weird if they pull that. And he was already the favored successor, so it's not like he needed to kill her. So, yeah, I'm worried it's going to end up being Abelthard. Or, I keep saying Abelthard. Abelard. Because I like him. Like, he's a fun character so far. And he raised us up to the rank of Lord Captain. He's the iconoclast character that everyone respects. He's regimented and stiff as an Imperial officer should be. But he's not overly so. He's accepting of others as long as they are loyal and do their duty to the best of their ability. By all accounts, he's an awesome character. But in 40K, that is one of 2 things. 1, a death sentence. 2, it's a facade and just a damn good one. That's the beauty and horror of this setting. You can't trust nobody. Like, hey, how likable is this character? Yes, they're the bad guy or they're gonna die. With the exception of Erebus. Erebus, I don't know how anyone ever fell for his honeyed words. That guy's just a dick.
Greetings.
I'll ask her this now. What's like keeping? What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footform to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Pleased me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. Enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home. You might be of use to me, so I have no problem with your presence. That's kind of... You might be of use to me. Yes, you may stay. I see no place for you on my ship. We will take you to Footfall, and that will be all. Damn!
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you. Both for your words and your hospitality.
She gives you another somewhat puzzled look. You don't need to look at me puzzled, love. Thank you for the conversation. Until next time. Yeah, I'll speak with Abelard now. Don't worry, it's in our. I'm chatting with a few people, and then we'll move on to the next mission.
Lord Captain.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a work trainer. I'd like to know more about the Sinistral.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Who were you before you became Theodore's Sinistral?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. A used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I am still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was.
Kinda do. Didn't get to know her very
I recognized
long.
her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Living in the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
So he spoke his mind. Effectively, that's what he's saying. He spoke his mind even when decorum and procedure demanded otherwise. I think that's only a good thing. Oh, damn. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her. Do you have a family? I'm gonna ask that last one first.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
I was actually expecting an answer of no, but okay. Father of 4, grandfather to 11. Damn. That's all good news to me. There's more little Abelards out there. Fuck yeah. Although, by the sounds of it, they aren't very much like him. Although I do feel bad about the widower part. What are you talking about, Theodora? I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
I see through you, Abelard.
Of course. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation with the Cronus Expanse for you. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Cronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chora. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Cronus Expanse.
Okay. Okay. I almost called it Casablanca, and I get that it's probably what they're referencing with Casablanca, or I want to say Casablanca when I read it, but it's Casablanca mission. But yeah, that's they're organized crime in the primitive form. The St. Drusus, which are an offshoot of the ecclesiarchy, and the Adeptus Mechanicus group, which are the Explorators. It's interesting. Okay. I wonder if we get to side or align ourselves with any of them. Probably. It's an RPG, and then they're taking time in dialogue to mention them and highlight them in text. So we're probably going to be dealing with them a lot. Outline the situation in the Cronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Cronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
That must be an awkward port. Like, both exit their ships, pirates just see the Imperial Navy looks straight at pirates, and they just basically gotta go, evening, good night, just walk to the nearest pub.
Until recently, the Cronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Corona's expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Alright, Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer.
That's how you say it,
His
Voigtveer.
treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
I wasn't too far off with like mine, which was Voigtveer. It's Voigtveer. You still pronounce that T.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
The snide attitude, the pompous attitude, I'll call it, that he carried around. Yeah.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Alright. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Remind me who you are. What are the Voxmaster's duties? Why do you look so strange? I really don't need to ask that, so we're good with that. Alright, now we'll move on to the next mission. Sorry for the delay, but it is an RPG and I wish to learn more of my companions. Alright, so we're in York 5. Alright, a prison planetoid. Quick. So, we finished the prologue. Alright, the prison planetoid of the planetary system may have caught an interrogator's attention, so we'd go there to check for the interrogator. Land on Rykad Minoris. The interrogator must have visited Rykad Minoris. Perhaps the planetary governor knows of his present whereabouts or planned course of action. And we just finished York. Novus Nobilite. The crew losses suffered during the cultist raids can be remedied on Rykad Minoris. The void ship requires a new engine seal. We find it somewhere in the system. That's not very specific. Look, Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has caught Cassia to the deck. Okay. It's time for dynamic events. Those are fun to do in RPGs, so let's do this. Excuse me. Ammo. Load her up.
Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Pointed the book in Cassie's hands. I see you are fond of reading. No shit! Alas, the title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all of the time. It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship. What do you think you are doing here? I do not give you permission to leave the bridge. So it's going to be the waifu? I want it to be Argenta, the sister of battle. But someone DM me and told me she's not a romanceable character. Which pisses me off somewhat. It's like, come on, motherfucker. Like, the one, like, you cannot tell me the devs, with all the hard work that they put into researching the lore, putting together the iconic aesthetic, accurately putting together the musical elements to really sell the atmosphere and vibe of 40K. They put in all this fucking legwork, and you're telling me they didn't realize people would want to romance the bolter bitch? Come on! Heard it from Arch? Ah. God damn it. They did that on purpose. Owlcat did that on purpose. They're like, yeah, you know this character that everyone wants to romance? Yeah, let's make him unromanceable. Let's give the other NPCs a shot. Come on, man. But, yeah. So, since she's probably unavailable, I'm probably going to go with Cassia. My character is very much based on my own, like, proclivities for the hobby. Like, I'm a Black Templar at heart, obviously based on, you know, my artwork over here. And also, you know, the main army I collect outside of orcs is Black Templars. Black Templars is my favorite Space Marine chapter. I like the zealotous religious type. And with that, my interpretation with that, you know, abhor the Psyker, abhor the mutant, of course. And yes, Cassie is a mutant, but she's a navigator and a highborn. And she's a necessity to traverse the warp. And she can see the Emperor's light, so even a Templar would respect a Navigator. At least, to an extent. An exception would be made, is what I'm saying, for the mutation aspect. But, so I don't see my character rejecting. They were an orc in heart. I'm an orc. I'm an orc for the main army I collect. And I'm an orc player by trade, and they are my favorite overall faction outside of the Imperium. Within the Imperium, Black Templars are my favorite. Hands down. But orcs are my favorite faction purely because of just how nutty they are. Hence why I have a Stompa, I have a Gorkanaut, 2 Dakajets, about 120 orc boys. I have Gazkul Uruk Thraka, I have Mad Doc Rotsnik. I have a Weird Boy. I have my own custom War Boss model I 3D printed. I have a Battle Wagon. I have about 7 Death Treads. I have 11 Killicans. I have a Scrapjet I haven't assembled yet. A Gorkanaut I haven't assembled yet. I think I have another Orc truck I got to assemble. As much as I don't like them, I got gifted some Beast Snaggas last Christmas that I still need to put together. I have about 20 war bikers, and I don't know how many Ludas in total, but I think it comes to about 25 to 30 Ludas. And I think that's my orc army overall, which comes to about 3,000, somewhere in the mid 3,000s for point values. Although I don't know what that would be for 10th edition now. Cassie the most too, from what I've seen. I mean, I haven't met all the companions yet, but out of the ones I have, she's definitely the one I'm romancing. Ain't no way I'm doing Adira. I don't know if she's romanceable, but I ain't romancing her. And first of all, she's crazy. Second of all, unattractive. I can work with unattractive. I can't work with crazy. Where are the orcs? Right on my shelf behind me. Hold on. I can grab a couple of them. If you'll permit me a few minutes. Knocked an old boy down. Do-do-do, do-do-do. So there's my Stomper. My baby boy. He's a big chonker. Yeah. I gotta add some rust elements. I've been meaning to do that, but it's been a while. I've had to re-glue on numerous parts of this dude. There's my Stomper. He's a beauty boy. My battle wagon with all of the tricks of the trade. I've got my little guys in there. This was a bitch to paint solely because I assembled it completely and then painted it. And there's parts of it that have come off that I gotta repaint off too, that I've set aside. But yes, I have my oak boys in there, and I got my beta wagon with the adjustable. And it might be hard to tell, but there's also little heads on there. Those are supposed to be for like my goal with the Space Marine helmets right there is that they are lamenters, because I have like little lore like I come up with for some of my models, and these guys in this battle wagon crew are called the Beaky Busters, and they got that nickname because a squad of lamenters, unfortunately, they ran over. They caught them by surprise, ran them over, and collected their helmets and put them on the front as decorations. Yeah, there's my beta wagon. This is my Rucker Truck Squig Buggy. This one was easier to paint because I did everything like in a group. And you can see all the squigs kind of piled in on there. You can see one of them's already lodged in the cannon, ready to go. And that guy in the back is loading his. He's like, I'm about to double pound. And there is my custom orc war boss with the power claw. Might be hard to make out, but there he is. Yeah, he's probably one of my favorite models, but he's entirely 3D printed. This is not a GW model, but it's. The story behind having to use him is at the time I was trying to go to a tournament that was a 1K tournament, and I had HQs to use, but the HQ I had was Gazkul. Gaz was way too many points, so I couldn't take him. And I could take a standard war boss though in his place. I didn't have a war boss model. Now I could have just used a knob and said, "Oh, this is a war boss." But I don't think they were the right base size. So I decided, instead of ordering one online and it arriving late for the tournament, and not to mention it being unpainted, which would drive me nuts, because I don't like playing 40k with an unpainted army. I hate it. Passionately. I refuse to play games with unpainted units. Because it just for me, I can't do it. Like, it drives me nuts seeing my units on the board unpainted. Like, I feel like I've failed. Like, I don't care if I'm winning the match. I don't care if I'm having fun with, like, the bant with other players. I just look at that, and it saps me of my enjoyment. It's like, no. So, I needed to have something that I could make quickly. I could paint, and I could put together in time for the tournament. And I had a week. So, I had my 3D printer, my 3D resin printer. And it took me days to find an STL that looked GW official. Because the thing is, I couldn't show up with a high detailed badass model that GW clearly didn't make because it would stand out too much. And as far as I knew, the tournament was following official GW rules at the time. And at the time, GW had a complete ban on third party, or effectively a complete ban. They were okay if you had third party bits, but they weren't okay if the model wholesale was 3D printed. The vast majority of the model had to be one of their official kits, which is fucking stupid. But that was their rule, is that it had to be 90% or something like that of their own stuff. Again, I didn't have a War Boss model to use, so I just 3D printed off this guy. And it took me forever to find a model that looked, for lack of a better descriptor, as shitty and as undetailed as GW's models for this to work. And even then, this is still highly detailed. There's still a lot of bits and bobs to this. It just looks rough around the edges in terms of details to look like a GW model. But even then, the moment you zoom in, you look carefully at bits and bobs, you can see just how much is going on with this model, and it's freaking awesome. But yeah, as soon as it was printed off, as soon as I cured it and washed it, I immediately dried it and then primed the model and I busted ass to get it all painted and detailed for the tournament. I didn't win that tournament, but I did end up winning the best painted army stuff. So I was able to get I got a prize of I think I got a Scissors of Battle Combat Patrol as a prize for best painted army, which I thought was awesome. I still haven't painted that army. I don't know if I'm ever going to. I already have a lot of armies I collect, so I think trying to add sisters on top of it might be too hard. But yeah, that's the story behind this little guy. But yeah, orcs are my main dudes. I have about 3,000 points of orcs, and most of them are on that shelf, but I couldn't fit all of them, so I have quite a few in a set of totes. Whew. Sorry for that tangent. Alright, please mean you're just in life on board. Point a book.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so
welcome Barmy Fanny.
beautiful and enrapturing.
I think I said welcome to a Ragmar, but welcome to you as well, man. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I need to blow my nose. I just kicked up some dust. Okay.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
The events that took place in New York 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Your only attendant is your valet from New York 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards? I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself in your powers.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity. And my duty to you.
Your only attendance is your valet from York 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, no. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Bit of a connection between you two? Hmm? Oh, no, okay. She doesn't want servants who are going to be appalled by her. So she's very self-conscious. Aww. Do I have to say that to her? Okay. I hope you've had ample time to calm yourself in your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
Which is why I didn't want to ask it. I know it would be.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
You don't need to be so stressed, lass. I will say that she's growing up. Like, when we first met her, I was like, wasn't sure how I'd feel about her, but getting to know her, I'm really liking her. She's soft-spoken, she's very gentle-minded, but she's also very self-conscious. There's a lot of things there, I think, that I'm latching onto. Like, she's cute. She is. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that my feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. Damn. Yeah, this game allows you to just jump right in on the romance arc. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they a good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others. Quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel sympathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. Given Argenta's not an option, the best gal spot is open. For now, I'm thinking it'll probably end up being Cassia, because again, Argenta's not an option. I wish she was. I'm pissed she's not. She would have been the perfect match for my character, who was also a religious zealot. But given that she's not, I don't know what... keep in mind, like I mentioned this yesterday, and I don't think you were there, Barmy Fanny. Correct me if I'm wrong if you were there yesterday. But... on yesterday's stream, when I first started playing the game, I spoke about the fact that I went into this game blind, and I did so intentionally. I didn't want any prior or preconceptions or conclusions going into the final product. So I went in blind, so I have no idea who the full retinue of companions is. I have no idea how many there are going to be overall. I don't know what betrayals or plot points are going to happen. I am going in blind, and I'm enjoying my experience immensely at the moment. So I don't know who the other romanceable options are. I don't know the total number of companions you could find. All I'll say is, early on, out of the characters you can actually romance, Cassia's winning my heart, steadily but surely, but we haven't met everybody yet. Which is why I'm hesitant to jump in on the romance stuff immediately. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. It is just natural to share them with others. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that my feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. I don't know if I want to push that button without meeting the other companions yet. Screw it. We'll deal with potential other romances when they come about. And I'm liking her quite a bit, so.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words.
Your boy's got charisma.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Okay, calm down, woman. Hey. I can't blame a woman in the presence of this gloriousness for feeling a little excited. I can't even say that seriously. No, but like in her defense, like she's a shut-in, and on top of it, a mutant. Like in Imperial society, she's a shunned person. There's a lot about her that would be considered abhorrent and unwelcome to many. So even though she's highborn, even though she's noble, she still would have lived a very reclusive lifestyle. So, and on top of it, being able to see like visually, due to your psychic powers, like emotions and stuff out of people on a visual level, to literally feel their empathy as a physical force, as she just described. Understandably, with those two elements kind of clashing, of course she would react a little bit more outwardly about someone finding interest into her. So I to defend her a little bit there, that's kind of why. She's a recluse. You know, she's well, maybe recluse isn't the right word. She's reclusive, but she's I'll just stick with shut-in. She's a shut-in. You know, she's not very worldly. No. And given her closest companion is someone who's had their tongue cut out, or sorry, not their tongue, their vocal cords cut out, not exactly a lot of companionship there. Not true companionship.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I am, but I find it adorable. One thing that caught my eye, artifact is spelled Artefacts. I've always spelled it with an I. Have I been spelling that wrong my whole life? I've always spelled it artifact. Yeah, I've always spelled it A-R-T-I-F-A-C-T. Maybe they're different words, actually. Yeah, artifact versus artifact. But simply, artifact is the original British... Ah, okay. Right. It is the British game, so that makes sense. It's kind of like how the Brits spell colors with a U. And armor with a U. It's like instead of A-R-M-O-R, like it is in the English verbiage, it's A-R-M-O-R for us. It's A-R-M-O-U-R to the Brits. They add meaningless U's. Fucking British people. Alright, your ship... okay. But I guess they're the same word, just... This is the traditional British spelling. I love how I do appreciate that any time, even if your character's been respectful, they still give you the option at every juncture to be a dickhead out of nowhere. Like, what I find childish is your manner of addressing me. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me. As if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. I would not dare to... I will say this. It does get tiresome to... as much as that line is dickish, I will say that if someone only ever talks about emotional turmoil and, like, their depression all the fucking time... I'm a sympathetic person. I am. I try to be empathetic as best I can as well. But I have my limits to what extent I'm willing to deal with people being overly... depressed. Or like, one thing that is really grated on me by one of my compatriots in my community is I have a couple members of my community that every time we enter like a conversation or a VC or anything like that, it's constantly talking about the bad shit that happened that day, constantly talking about how horrible things are, constantly talking about how nothing ever seems to go their way. And again, sometimes it's hard for me to be sympathetic when it's all the time. Like, when it's only ever the bad stuff, only ever the negative shit, then I start to lose that sympathy, I start to lose that empathy over time, because it starts to become grating. And it's incredibly, it's just too much. It's like I've said, there's only so many times you could repeat the same things over and over and over and over again. It's like, hey, you gotta approach it from a different angle. Hey, you gotta think about it a different way. Hey, not everything is bad. You gotta look to the good stuff. There's only so many times you can repeat those lines before it just, at that point, you just feel like a broken record. And clearly it didn't work the first 100 times you said it, so I say it 1,000 more times. So, for me, she's mostly excited at the moment, so if she's like, I will say this, if she is constantly doing that shit throughout the game, I'll lose a lot of that appreciation for her character. But so far, she's only talked about it somewhat to us. Like, confiding in, like, your struggles when you're having them, like, here and there is fine. It's just the consistency in which you do it. But I think so far she hasn't done anything overly, especially for the 40k universe. She hasn't done anything, like, she hasn't over trauma dumped, I think is the term. I wouldn't say she's done anything extensively. Oh man, I could really push the envelope, can't I? I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her. I got that riz. To use the Zoomer term. Oh, God. How, I'm not even 25 yet. And I already feel old trying to use, like, those terminologies. Even Jesus has limit and was shown as he slapped a Jude. What? Don't feel too bad at being a dick. Sometimes what those people need. Yeah. It is sometimes. I wouldn't say it's ever the best response. But after a while, you do need to confront it, I think. I do think, this is my advice to anybody out there who has a friend like I just described, who's only ever, like, every time you talk, every time you hang out, it's just this overwhelming tidal wave of, oh, woe is me, my life sucks. Before you pop a blood vessel in your head and you snap at them, try and reach a middle ground before you snap, where you just go, hey, man, I get you going through stuff, and we've talked about all your struggles in the past, but it's just getting too much. It's too much. I don't know what advice you're looking for. There's only so much I can give you, and oftentimes it's the same stuff over and over again. So listen, I'm not saying don't tell me about your problems or your struggles, but maybe approach this a different way. Maybe try and just look back on the things I've said before, especially if they apply to your current problems, because guess what? That's just what I'm going to have to say again anyway. So, I'm not saying keep it to yourself, but pick and choose what you have to put on other people for, like, your struggles. Especially if you do it constantly. If it's here and there or already, again, like, there's nuance to what I'm saying. But, you know, if you are the friend of that person, that's the best way to do it, is confront them in a non-hostile way, if you can, before you pop a blood vessel. Because if you wait till you pop, it's gonna be a friendship ending fight. And who knows, maybe it's a friendship that should end. But if you want to preserve the friendship, it's probably good to confront them in a respectful manner before you pop. Because if you pop, it's going to be hostile. And if you're someone who does it and you're self-conscious about it, or you're somewhat aware that you do it, here's my advice. Don't bottle up all your depression and keep it to yourself, because that's not healthy either. But maybe confide in multiple friends about different things. And also keep in mind the friend in question. Like, if you're having financial problems, maybe talk to a friend who's financially stable. Don't ask them for money. I think that's a bad approach. But maybe ask them advice on, maybe, like, this is a thing. When you are struggling, instead of just venting all the time, actually look for the solutions out of the friends you're talking to. Again, sometimes venting is fine if it's done sparingly. Just watch the frequency in which you dump all your stuff on everybody else. Because the thing is, the whole point of friendships is these are people you find escapism through. Like, you talk to them and you experience levity. You experience a break from the stress, from the anxiety. Bringing that anxiety and stress to them is not how it should work. Bringing it to them when it's too much on a rare or seldom occasion, yes, but not frequently. So if you're self-aware and you know that you do it, try your best to rein it in. Try and have fun when you hang out with your friends. Try and use this opportunity instead of to vent. Well, use it to vent, but instead of venting via telling them about it and just letting all that darkness overwhelm them, maybe just let the darkness seep out of you by having fun with them. Replace it with the light of enjoyment. Play a video game, watch a movie, talk about fun, nerdy shit. You know, talk about your hobbies. Completely escape out of the darkness. That's what friends are for. It's to find mutual camaraderie and enjoy time together. So that should be the majority of what you're looking for when you hang out with friends. It shouldn't be, hey, here's 1,000,001 problems with me that you guys can't possibly provide solutions to, so you just kind of sit there awkwardly listening to me be depressed. You know, that's my advice to the people who are the trauma dumpers, you know. Again, it's also not a zero sum. It's like not, you don't always have to do that. When it gets too much, you should talk about it. But only here and there. There's a lot of nuance to it. It's the whole part of social constructs is learning how much people are willing to take before it becomes a problem. But I don't know. For me, I've definitely dealt with people who are just, every time I talk to them, I'm just constantly like, you know. Anyway, that'll be $14.99 for everybody in the audience for that therapy session. I'll take a cash or credit. Anyway, you know, I had a buddy that was black pill, a human being. Becomes incredibly tiresome to hear an adult be all like that. Yeah, it gets tiresome with the amount. On occasion, it's fine. Constantly, you start to hate the person, and you shouldn't hate your friends. Yeah, the white pill, exactly. Alright. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one. Alright, I would rather find amusement elsewhere, perhaps the privacy of my chair. Holy shit. I thought the first line was forward. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere. Perhaps in the privacy of my chambers. There's forward, and then there's forward. So, basically, if I had to sum up what these lines are, this is flirt, this is exceeding flirt, kind of, stubborn dick, as somebody you're going through my own life is turned upside down not too long ago, sympathetic, relatable sympathetic, stalwart or stern sympathetic. I'm afraid I must return to my duty. And just dismissive. Okay. What's the right response here? I don't want to shoot myself in the foot and, like, put... I do want to romance her, for sure. If not in this playthrough, in a future one. But I also don't want to shoot myself in the foot if there's another companion I'd be more interested in than her. So I don't know if I want to go all in on the romance immediately. You only live once.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Cassie, if only you knew what my other dialogue options were. She's like that was inappropriate. And I'm like, did you see my second option? My second option was literally, hey, wanna go fuck? That's cute though. And friend zoned. You know, that's my luck. Wait, where the hell are... I know we're in the lounge, but... Alright, back to the bridge. I do respect the... I will say this. I did a bit of comparison with Baldur's Gate 3 on yesterday's stream, but I'll do it again here. I do like that in this one you have to work, so far anyway, you have to actually work for the relationships with the characters. In Baldur's Gate 3, like, they were asking to bone my ass, like, within the first 2 hours. Like, the Githyanki lady. She wanted to rip my clothes off and do me. And I'd be like, lady, I met you an hour ago. In-game time, it's only been 2 days. The hell? Okay. Alright, so back to our traversal. Right card. Ivan Zhang, welcome to the stream. Is this like RPG and XCOM style gameplay? Yes, actually. That's a pretty way to put it. It's a CRPG. So most CRPGs, they're top-down perspective, like XCOM. It's a grid-based system. There's a cover system in the game, ballistic shooting and melee combat. There's percentages and chances to miss. So yeah, it's like XCOM combat meets RPG. Very, very similar. Even, I guess the newer XCOM games have some, well, RPG elements isn't the right. You can upgrade and there's base building and stuff, but RPG is not quite the right word. So yeah, it's like Baldur's Gate 3, if you played that. Very similar. Combat's more akin to XCOM, though. Yeah, and I'm a massive 40k fan, if you couldn't tell by the Imperial Aquila banner, the 40k novels behind me, the sets of armies I have on my counter, my painting station behind me, you know, all of my background. Is it possible to recruit a renegade space marine? That would be cool if you can, and use it as a tank class. I know you can. There's set companions, and I know one of them is a space marine based on the artwork of the game. The artwork showcases some of the companions you can have. One of them is, it's not a renegade space marine, I don't think. It's a space wolf. I don't know the story of. They might be a renegade, but as far as I know. Thing is, I'm going into the game blind. I didn't research the game prior. In fact, all I knew was it was coming out, and I knew it was an RPG. So I decided to avoid any information about it extensively, so I could go in with a fresh perspective and not have any preconceived conclusions. So I don't know definitively anything that, like, every single step I've made in the game has been a step in the dark. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going to happen. And that's been a lot of the fun of it for me. But there is a Space Wolf companion you can take on. But I don't know. Maybe there is another Renegade Space Marine. I know that there's a season pass to the game, so they're going to be adding expansions, or maybe not necessarily expansions, but DLC content for it. They picked a space wolf. Well, at least it's not an Ultramarine. Hey, if it's not an Ultramarine, it's a win for me. If it was an Ultramarine, I'd be sending him to his death at every opportunity. It's like, hey, yeah, by the way, buddy, you just run over there where all those enemies are. Yeah. Go ahead and die. I mean, fight the enemy in honorable combat. Then everybody else is like, should we give him covering fire? Should we be giving him med packs? No, he's good. But sir, he's being ripped apart. And? All I hear is an absence of preaching the Codex Astartes to me. Or whacking off Gilliam and... I was hoping for a Black Templar or Lamenters sang it. Dang it. Yeah, it would have been great to have a Black Templar. I mean, despite the fact that they were on the damn cover art of the second edition of the game, they're one of the most popular Space Marine chapters. They're my favorite. For some reason, they don't get enough representation in the games. Not unless they're modded in. Hell, the first Dawn of War game, they're not even one of the default chapters you can select. Like, you have to literally make them in the army builder, the army painter, yourself, which is stupid. Ace's latest space SW comic, Star Wars comic, made it canon that there's a sector of space called LOL, no joke. Wait, called LOL? LOL. No joke, and I joked that Jedi Knights from LOL would be called Lolly. That doesn't surprise me, sadly. Would be funny and cool if you can recruit a 9K. Can recruit a 9 Chaos. A 9 Chaos? But Renegade World Eater Space Marine. All you hear in combat is the World Eater, nothing but rage and wrath while butchering the enemy. That'd be neat, but you definitely can't do that with a rogue trader. Oh, non-chaos. Oh, okay. So, okay. Yeah, okay, I think I understand. A Renegade World Eater Space Marine. But not chaos. That would be interesting, but hell, if they're not going to represent, like, already super popular chapters, they're not going to do Renegades. Half the time, they don't even give credit that Renegades exist. Even though in lore they do. But you almost never see them represented in, like, official material at all. It's either the actual stat... Mainly, I guess it's because, like, on the tabletop, there isn't, like, something they can sell that is actually labeled Renegade, and everything they make around the game is about selling the models and selling the material. Then the Ultramarine Ghost just hound? Or just hound you as vengeance for sent him to his death. I could deal with an Ultramarine Ghost. All you gotta do is hold. All you gotta do to ward off an Ultramarine, hold up a Templar cross. They'll go away. It's like a vampire. It's like, hey, fuck your codex. Oh no, something more badass than me. Go away, be foul, demon. Alright, look, Captain, sorry to disturb you. Big just pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Rosarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Wow, like, just trying to get to this second world, I've had 2 interruptions. Whilst on... To be fair, like, traveling in space without using the warp is... long. Any excitement for Space Marine 2? Little bit. At least we finally got a release date as of yesterday, September 9th, 2024. So it's coming out this year. Oh, sorry, not this year. It's coming out next year. This coming year. At the end of this... beginning of next month. On September 9th. So we're about 9 months away. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. Is there an actual date? Let's go. Yeah, finally we actually got a date. They've given a specific release date. September 9th. They've given themselves 9 months to fix whatever issues they're worried about currently. Maybe not a famous chapter, Space Marine. Lamenter, Firehawk, Son of the Phoenix, or other well-known chapter Space Marines to recruit. Yeah. I'd like by all accounts they should be able. You should be able to do that. But again, it's scale wise, this game is half the scale. Like just in space on your, like Baldur's Gate 3 is like 160 gigs or something like that. It's a huge game. This game's 40 gigs, and I doubt the DLC are gonna add on more than 30 or 40 more in total, assuming how well the game sells. So I doubt we're going to get too many more Space Marine companions. And to be fair, like the game, you're playing as a rogue trader, and in universe, Space Marines are supposed to be rare. So the fact that your rogue trader can even have one as a companion is supposed to be exponential, let alone have a selection of them. So I'm not going to hound them too much on not having too many. I will say this, it'd be cool if we got a Death Watch RPG game. Not necessarily because actually playing the Death Watch, but there's a RPG system for 40K called Death Watch, and it's for playing Space Marines. So if they could incorporate that system into a game like this, like if Owlcat were hired to do another RPG called Death Watch, it'd be really cool if you could in that game recruit numerous chapters, including some obscure ones, including some less popular ones, and including the popular ones. That'd be really cool, but I don't expect we're going to get more than the one Space Marine choice in this game. The Space Shark Marine would be fun, or the Night Lord. I think the Carcharodons would make sense in this game, given that the Carcharodons are on the fringes of space. They were in the void. So it would make sense for them to show up in the Expanse, given how far away from everything we are. They were on the edges of known space. I'm getting DM'd a lot on Discord right now. Hold on. Who is DMing me? Okay, so someone's DMing me that the lore got retconned. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue the game. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Yeah, let's go with that one. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. Vent exclaimed hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wazarian. Okay, this is a severe accusation. And to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she... Oh, that's a she? Well, I suppose with the name Avrilla, but Avrilla's not a name I'm used to. Okay. Because soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to save them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. How did this all start? Where does Sinestro Wazarian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Sinestro Versarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors? It has driven the people to the brink, Ben says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks. In Depot 4, to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Damn. Gotta give him credit. This is a rate. Well, I won't call it a radiant event because I don't know if this is randomly generated, but this is a significant lore event to just kind of happen in between trying to go to a main mission. This is I'll call it a dynamic event. This is a dynamic event that happens, and I'm like, holy shit! I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm like, fuck. What is Depot 4? Well, I guess that doesn't really matter as much as what does Abelard have to say. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the permit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks to deal with the problem personally. I am certain that Sinestro was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. This matter is not worth the rogue trader's time. Leave the bridge and don't ever disturb me again. I am certain that Sinestro was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Lord preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. The food in Warhammer 40k must be shit. It varies. Like, this is the thing. Like, I'm assuming you're talking in Imperium-wise, right? Within the Imperium, it varies quite extensively. If you're nobility, you probably eat fine food, like really delicious food. If you live on a hive world and you're a common rabble, you eat something akin to slop. Or like feed for an animal. It's compressed, it's kibble, effectively. If you live on a vacation world, even if you're a common citizen, you probably eat fruits, high-end veggies, some nice, delectable, curated meats. Even if you're just a common peasant on a vacation world. If you live on a medieval world, there's probably plenty of game you can hunt, and it's each world you gotta realize in the Imperium, like there's not like a set of like quality across everything. It depends on where you live and what you experience. So it varies. It's not consistent. And also, if we go outside human factions, it gets even more complicated. Isn't there a food which common guardsmen eat, which is made out of bodies? I think so. I'm not sure on that one. I know they have rations. Unlike ration packs. I'm not sure if it's specifically... I think there's implications here and there about, like, where some of it comes from. But I would put it like this, probably. The Inquisition being an asshat to everyone again. Actually, the funny thing is, the inquisitorial presence in the Expanse is one guy. Or one person, anyway. Our job is to find them. It's an interrogator. Hey, it's Rosarian. Take that, scum! Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and wariness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. The people dared to disrespect a senior officer. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Greetings, Your Graces. Well, it's kind of cool that some of them are excited to see us. They're like, nobles? The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer. And judging by their expression and tone, the standoff was dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge the sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. We're going to assume both. Your Lordship? Noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute their subordinates following suit a moment later. We encountered some locals on the way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They even tried to throw things at us. I want to speak to the strikers. I give this assault unit permission to open fire. We will crush the seeds of insurrection with full force. Alright. First, what's the situation? Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Because, okay. I want to speak with the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck.
Let us walk this path to the end.
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typically inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation from a barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd. An elderly woman and two men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Wait, who's the old woman? That one? Must be. Lord Captain, you have come down to us? Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like the one there that the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who have just had enough. About enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad just arrived, so it's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test succeeded. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances traded between them reveal the news of the attack has shocked them. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us. Your lordship? Says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet! Snaps the old woman. Actually, I should probably do old woman noises.
Shut up, Rivet!
Snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you.
Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole base for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers.
The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with a toe of her worn... Okay. Jetta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes. When the children's death are mentioned, she quietly... Oh, okay. I'm starting to think that whatever happened when she was... With the story she told us about how she made a mistake, I think that might be related to the death of children. Because with the orphans and now this, she's got something connected to the loss of children in her past. It's all true. Ven is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks, and who grew up amidship, and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started a purpose of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of Cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. Abelard, do you have anything to add? What changes do you want? A Cultist amulet? What's that? A gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. If there were, we'd be the first to report them.
And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us.
Oh yeah, those boots were really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? I guess we know who took the boots. As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when I keep getting caught. Yeah. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way me grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling, "Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith." Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them?
We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had had my 3rd little one.
That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? She's got a good... I gotta say this. They are portraying civility in 40k, which is not a thing that really happens that often. But they're portraying it in a way that feels accurate to 40k. Like the discussions back and forth. They are a matter of, I am faithful, you're faithful. It's just we made a mistake. Now, normally, that's grounds for being killed en masse. But this feels... This is a situation that would seldomly happen in 40k, where you would actually talk to strikers. But it feels accurate to the lore. Like, the moralizing isn't done in a way... Like, one way I could have easily feared they'd portray this is like, oh, you know, the oppressive force of the religious faith, which there is an oppressive force element to it, but the faith does also protect people from chaos. That's always been the dichotomy with it. And I like how they're portraying. This feels accurate. This feels how... This is a best case scenario in a setting with seldom few of them. This is very good. This is very good. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the worker's presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. Stevedores? They're the enemy of the threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here. We want to be armed. Oh, I ain't doing that. Fuck that. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. Even one of them saying it. Thank you, Stager. Or Stager. Before the first day's out. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the anointed one turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. Rivet, the tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few... Thoughts, Abelard? If I ask his thoughts, will that limit me in my options? Spreading anarchy in the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, and we will consider the rest. Thoughts, Abelard. I want to ask his thoughts, but I also want to go with the coercion choice. I don't think this will lock me out of that choice. The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. It does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. He's got a point. Corruption still can take seat. Alright, I'll go with coercion. Spreading anarchy in the ship. Succeeded, yes. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen, listen! The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole Depot 4 who's ever stood next to a rogue trader. let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be stubborn, old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave are you against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders of my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your Lordship, thank you. You've not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, Your Lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Alright, this might have hurt my relationship with Abelard, but I feel like I handled it the best case scenario. Jenny, how are you doing today? Hope you're feeling better. Can you recruit Sister of Battle? Yeah, she's already part of my retinue. She's in my party.
The divine
You can't romance her, sadly, but you can recruit her. Stop unexpectedly. Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at distance and addresses your other companion, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of freight vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate? Do not speak to your Lord Captain in that tone. Why are you so angry? I solved the problem. There is some truth in your criticism. Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I'm gonna go with that one. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Adelaide says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippery foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as many true strategists and road trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. I would be only too willing to trust my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of control, Abelard. Give me a reason why I should continue listening to your advice and trusting your judgment. Right now, I don't see any. I'm gonna go with, I think the second one's fair. You can't romance Sister of Battle in a rogue trader game? Sadly, no. I don't know why. Again, I said this earlier. The devs have clearly done their research. They know 40k, at least so far. It's been very lore accurate. It's been very appropriate for the situations happening. It's been an amazing RPG so far. So they had to have known that romancing a Sister of Battle is not out of the question for a rogue trader. And like it's not. Like it's totally within the realm of possibility. Firstly, but second of all, that every player would have wanted to. Like the fact that they make her one of the few characters so far that is in your retinue that you can't romance is bullshit. It's like literally everybody playing this game is gonna be like, Bolter bitch, you're mine. Like that would have been everyone's goal, but to make her one of the few companions you cannot romance sucks. Gamers be thirsty. Yes, absolutely. The Nuns with Guns are the most awesome faction. Well, one of the most awesome factions of 40k. They had to have known everybody would have been like, all right. Like as soon as they saw her in the party. The fact that they didn't account for that is bullshit. Well, the thing, it almost feels intentional. They're like, hey, everybody's gonna romance her, so we need to make her unromanceable so our other options are actually picked. Ugh. Missed opportunity, though. I don't know. 1 and 2 feel like appropriate responses to me. Yeah, maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. I would be only too willing to trust my Sinestral and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of control, Abelard. I think that's true. That second one is true. It had spiraled out of control. Like, to the point where he had to send an execution squad to start gunning people down. And the thing is, the ship's population is already taking a huge beating. We lost 2,000 crew members during the revolt. And we haven't refilled those positions. Yeah, Nexus have been banning good mods for no good reason. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the second one. Its face relaxes slightly. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And Abelard stands straight in attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. And I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life, and I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds a sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. They create impulse. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. Good dialogue. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving, because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you. To find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from the problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out by the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Okay, the prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on this ship. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. I don't want to kowtow to him, because I stand by I made the right choice. I value what Theodora created, and I trust that this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. That the established procedures are working. I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment. No, not that one. I do want to lean on him, but this situation spiraled. These are... Oh. I like the third option as far as the prosperity of the Von Valencia Protector is just as important to me. You're the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on the ship. Where it loses me is I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. I mean, I do want to follow his recommendations, but only when they're valid. And in this situation, they weren't valid. I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? I do love this game a lot so far. Like, as far as just this conversation goes, though. Actually, no, as far as all the conversations go, there's so many times where I've stopped and had to really think about a response. Like, there are plenty of RPG games that are RPG light that give you like 3 or 4 dialogue options, and they're pretty much rounded up to agree, disagree, piss off, bye. No vote? Stop the heretic. How to think about a response is always a good thing. Yeah, because it means you actually, you know, it's something to actually think about. It actually demands your thought process and consideration for what you're going to say. Which I really like. Pushing my judgment right now is a bad idea. Okay. I normally do trust your judgment though, Jenny, but okay. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Jackson and Glenn, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Currently I'm at an impasse for a decision here. They're doing their job though, which is yes, that is the important part. I'm glad they're working. I'm gonna go with option 2. I understand, but you need to learn to respect me as your lord. It's not smut shipping fic. Okay. I posted to main lore and personal retcons in Tolkien channel. I will check it out. Alright. I understand, but you need to learn to respect me as the Lord Captain. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment of silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, your resolve is admirable, and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I think I handled that pretty well overall. He should bite my face for being rude. I don't think I was very rude. I tried my best to be as respectful as possible. I am a player character. Yes, I am. It's great. I love being a player character. I love also being able to see my own portrait on this. It's so cool. All right, where were we? Oh yeah, we were traveling. There's so much that's happened in this, and we're not even on a mission right now. All right, now let's get into an actual quest. Oh, we leveled up. And I'll do the level up adjustments as we land. This game cool. Yes, it is. By the way, are you as high as you were last time, Noah? I know you mentioned that in chat yesterday. You're like, dude, I don't know what's going on. I'm high. I just pictured you sitting on a couch, just... Yeah. No, that was a higher level. So you're more of a casual buzzed? Yeah. Working. Ah, okay. Alright, we've landed on the prison planet. Before we go much further, I need to level up. We've been leveling up pretty fast here. Like, in 8 hours, I went from level 1 to 6. Being a kitchen unicorn, Ramsey would be proud. The kitchen unicorn? Alright, weapon skills, strength. Maybe I should boost toughness again. Yeah, because Avalord's already 55 as well. Character can attack with a second weapon in their current weapon set, in addition to the usual one attack per round. This attack suffers a -2 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill. It costs +1 AP more. So, what is your ship's name? The Unforgiven. There we go. Do weapon combat. Swift movement, that way you can traverse the battlefield faster. Arch's ridiculously long name. Yeah, I haven't finished watching his first stream on it. I was watching a little bit of it last night before I went to bed. Isn't it something like the great and sanctimonious something of Terra Arch? It's like really freaking long. Mine's just more simplistic. I am more humble than he is reserved. Going with Gary. You were going with Gary? The whoa, but... Hey, but, hey, it's Grimdark, not Grimderp. Well, it could be both. It's what you make of it. If you play orcs like me, it's Grimderp. Creates an area that lasts till the start of the cycle's next turn. All allies within the area gain +4, +2 times Psyker's psi rating. Percentage dodge. Their dodge chance cannot be less than the Psyker's perception bonus plus... Okay. Give her an ally air AoE. Ooh, and she gets a +10 and stuff. Yeah, we'll give her a Medicaid. I wish she could be the party's support. Alright. Everyone remember to like the stream? Yes. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to showcase it by leaving a like. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. And of course, it's always good to see you guys chatting in chat, so. How does this gun work? Can you change different type of weapons? Yes, you can. I'll show you that in a second. After I finish leveling up. Yeah, for example, Argenta, she has a las rifle right now. Because it was more powerful than her starting bolter. Well, I don't know if it was a bolter. It looked like a bolter. It had a unique name, so I'm not sure. Alright. Wait, I can't further boost her ballistic skill? Why not? That's bullshit. I wanted to max out her ballistic skill. I guess I gave her perception. I do want to give her bolt. I'm gonna give her bolt to weapon expert because I want to get her another bolter as soon as possible, assuming we could find some. Hopefully we'll find another bolter soon. Out of rest? Yeah. Alright, so now let's level up Cassia. She's our... Where's the faint? I'm gonna go with get back in the fight. That's gonna be invaluable. I don't even really need to look at the rest yet. But get back in the fight. Well, we already have enough support stuff at the moment focused on by Adira. Is there an offensive she can use? With Waking Nightmare. And AoE to use on enemies sounds good to me. I do want her to be the negotiator of the group. There we go. Alright, so... So showcasing for Ivan, or Ivan, this is like the gearing system of the game. So you have two sets of weapons you can use. For example, I just got dual masteries, so I'm switching that out with 2 swords. I'm hoping to get better melee weapons as we go later. But, yeah, you can equip... there's 2-handed weapons, there's 1-handed weapons. Actually, not. Both of those are light, both of those are armor percentage. But, yeah, you can equip a head slot, chest piece, rings, amulet, gloves, boots, cape, additional equipment. Yeah, and in the case of Argenta, she is currently equipped with a long las, or a long las gun, which does 14 to 20 damage. It's a really damn good gun. She also has Unfading Valor, which is a bolter. I'm working on it. I haven't picked up a flamer yet. I've picked up a lot of junk. I want to sell it, but so far we haven't found a place to sell shit to. So I have 19 flat chest plates that I don't have much of a use for. Just kind of going through a second here. Okay. They're about the same. I don't know how I feel about giving her a shotgun, but fuck it. I give her a shotgun. Why not? Oh, wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh. Okay, hold on, hold on. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Apparently her character is not meant to be wielding that posture. She's not meant to be packing. Oh my god. Does it look any different depending on the weapon? Okay, if she's wielding an axe and a gun, she'll do better, I guess. Don't want her as a waifu? I'm now debating. For the next, your schedule is full for the next solar cycle? Because you're picking up the game, or is that in reference to something else? Or like her romancing her. P number 1. Well, yeah, but within this game. Alright, so, but anyway, as I was making my point, yeah, there's different shit you can equip. Like, there's a whole gear sets you can equip. Alright, on to what we were doing. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vicari. Escort, please come in. Pilot Raquel? Let's go with Raquel. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches a weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's teeth, I thought you'd never come. Oh boy, teach this riffraff a proper way of addressing her sovereign. Tell me about this planetoid, what happened here. I have no time for being long-winded talks. Brief me on the situation ahead and do be concise. I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrich von Kallax. He is here, perhaps. Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this planet. What happened here? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Asmogan Casteglia. He has allied himself with a rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Rekidid Philia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. Busy with anything but romance. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Everin Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. She details enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally, so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead and... She grows paler. I haven't been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now. Yvain! Our lord mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant young offspring, yes? That is... Or no, he's pondering that. Hey, that's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Uruk V on behalf of his father, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. The Great Regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means whatever happened in this terrible, malodorous place, we must aid this man of noble blood. The warden himself is spearheading the riot. Tell me about the planetoid. Who would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? She sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Castiglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. She smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Cassia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orselio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? The warden himself is spearheading the riot? Question mark. Yes, she bites her lip. No one expected this. Master Castiglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house, and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed the Raikadi, Philia, was now his personal domain, and the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? You know you fucked up when the psycho lady is like, the fuck is wrong with this person? Alright. Tell me about this planetoid. The only settlement on Raikadi, Philia, is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the domed quarries. They mine sulfur, ceram dust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place, or so it was prior to current events. Is there anything else I should be apprised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up at the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. I have no more questions. Thank you for yourself. The woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly, Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't have even dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation, in any case. Have you been to the capital of Raikad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. I have not yet been to Raikad Minoris, and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your lordship. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible.
Would you look at that?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
What advice do you seek? Your seneschal is always there for you. Light of terror, guide our way. Experience. Nothing matters more.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
We are colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
I was hoping the pathing would take him around it, but okay.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Grovel before the faithful. Brace yourself!
Alright, Idira. Oh, they're all pretty weak.
What?
Will do.
Right. Oh, there's more over there.
Help me, Lord Captain.
Actions will speak louder than your corrupt way has failed you. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service.
I'm gonna rush to kill the grenadier.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Well, for a second there, I thought he one-shot Argenta. I was like, the fuck?
It will be done. I'm not interested. Indeed.
Okay.
I've suffered worse. My armor is condemned. Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion.
Yeah.
I know what is to come. Anything else?
What's that sound? Alright.
The Emperor commands. This is beyond me. Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words. May my wrath be thy undoing. I will not be Your end is nigh. Your defiance is futile. The Emperor.
I slaughter the enemies of the Empire. The Imperium will know my name.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
God, Emperor, move through me. be the fire in my heart. Faith without hope.
It is watching watching the lads get incinerations are kind of satisfying. Ah yes, we have one enemy left.
I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Follow my lead. It will be done. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Can I get over there? Nah, he's too far away. I thought so. Dodgy little bugger. What the fuck was that? A nimble princess. The one credit to him is the guy could run like a bitch. Alright, they all got a bunch of knives on them. Really? That's it? They got shivs? Oh look, everyone, they have a collection of shivs.
Rightfully ours.
Well, they are just prisoners. Hey, you think they'd have some kind of standards? Actually, what did the nimble prisoner have on him? Anything good? Chainmail. That might actually be good. Wait, he had the heavier armor out of them, and he was more nimble? Gotta go, lads, or the game has no. Alright, see you later, Marlena. Hope you have a good day. At least one of them had a gun on him. Alright, so... Nose feels fucked up. Oh. Apologies. I think I'm gonna give the chainmail to. Well, I'm actually gonna give it to my main man, Abelard. Debate on giving it to Argenta, but she's mostly my ranged person anyway.
My faith is my shield.
All right.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters.
Nice. I do like the characters interacting. That's nice. Alright, we're going to check yours.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Did you want something? The premonition runs true.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Prison guard key. Wait, could we have opened that one? Okay. Hold on. This could be important information. I'm scared. I should have known all that charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how balmy, would pull anything of the sort but that man. It started with the little things. The warden would come by to talk, as he did, as if he used to ask us questions before. And now he was mostly gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation, the sanctity of sacrifice, seeing with blinded eyes. I listened and nodded. Yes, Master Warden, of course, Master Warden. He would say whatever rubbish he wanted as long as the tasty optimate meals kept coming. I thought everything else was doing the same. Nodding just to please the big man? I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping about purgation and blindness too. Apparently, as optimates were no longer just their warden's favorites, we were. Emperor forgive me, prophets of some kind, who were meant to save the rest of this sorry lot, or awaken them, or make them see some rubbish along those lines. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to optimates. Yesterday, the sap who slept in the bed under me in my first year here cut off his own damn ear and crawled on his knees toward me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What in the throne am I supposed to do with an ear? Why is everyone, every single one, staring at me all the time? The warden said the time was nigh, that fate had truly great things in store for the optimates. I went to look how my good friend Cleansen was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months ever since I had all his top teeth ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt me. Now my fists and feet are all bruised. Half the barracks stood there and watched and prayed. I'm scared. Okay then. Shit went befoul here. It's a lot of dead bodies.
Know your duty.
My whispers crave entertainment. Over.
My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The optimates will guide us into a new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren. Have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this, my dear brethren. Must thank the throne. Normal looking faces. We thought we were going to die in here with these nutters. Okay, that was great. That was amazing. Such rolly, yeah, we thought we were going to die in here with these psychos. Yes. Oh, that was great. That was great. Okay. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us. Your nobleness, let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but, well, sitting out here, out wasn't really an option either. The Warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities. So we had to, you know, play along, but that's all it was. Play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells quietly and do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Albert's tone, this Seneschal was utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The low-born speech is mottled with colors that conceal its true, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he's using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. Tell me about the Warden and the riot. Bah! Why saw you talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The Warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castiglia, was a crackpot from the start, and the previous Warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again, but the new one. Do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. That's the sign of madness. He was okay with 3 meals a day. He was only went down here from there. The guards quit. The guards quit it with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging out more than the quarry, or swinging their pickaxes harder and whatnot. And then, would you believe it, they put together a list of best workers. That's the best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Well, that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishment, and that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work. It was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows. The optimates in the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it at a week, and now, well, now we're lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castiglia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome. And I think something on his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things like, the Optimates are saints, who will behold the truth. And he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beasts than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. The warden himself had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. The old codger's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. She notices your look and catches herself. I mean that with all due respect, your lordship. No offense intended. Should I spare them or should I kill them? I don't know. They were willing to give us information and they killed their fellows. So that's something. I don't know how much I believe the whole, oh, we'll... I don't know. I don't trust them. They're prisoners for a reason. Well, can't risk it. Consider your request denied. Now die. This is 40k. Trust is not something I recommend. No trace of weapons or gear. This storage has not been used in some time. I was also afraid if I spared them that they'd steal one of the ships, potentially one of mine, to get off this rock. So. I believe we blew in the door.
Here. What's that?
New cape. We got a Medicaid. Alright, who should get it? Probably Adira. She has the highest medical stat.
The Divine watches over us.
Perfect. More dead bodies. The dead guard did not even have time to draw a weapon. The attack must have come as a surprise. Corpse's uniform decorated with winter scale coat of arms. Okay. Don't even need to question what happened here. Oh, wait, did we go back? Or we... Hold on. Oh yeah, I think we just went backwards.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Whoopsie. Alright, we've already been in there, so we're good to go in here. The open pit. Going down.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Alright, I told you. Oh, there's the warden. I told you, Evie. They are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters that have... What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man sitting with it back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front and before him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests from the Von Valencia ship. I would wager, Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye. Such dreadful shades. Cassie recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. I do know who I am. Who is that on the table? Step away. A hostage at once. What madness have you wrought in this prison? What did you mutilate these people? Who is Aurora? Fuck this. I'm gonna attacking him. Fuck it. Well, why negotiate? The warden raises his hand and maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words is past. Time for words is past. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let her foes see the truth, or become awash in blood.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Time to die. Alright, get our characters into position. Here they come.
How dare you! The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
Bad bitch. That's for shooting Cassia.
I'll do it. Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Cover me. But of course. Will do.
Alright, and then now for turn, giving a boost to
On
me.
it.
I will savagely slaughter you all.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And so it shall be done. Another step towards our ultimate victory. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Your corrupt way has faded. Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
Damn it, you parrying bitch.
And so shall it be done.
Yeah, I can parry too, you asshole.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service. Actions.
Is the audio cutting out for you guys a couple spots in there too? It's cut out for me like 3 or 4 times. Very briefly each time, but still.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Doubt is for the weak.
Will do.
If I may.
Bless her heart, she's trying.
Your defiance is futile. The Emperor commands. And so shall it be done. I've seen
I need to destroy those lenses, otherwise it's gonna keep resurrecting.
That's not the seneschal stone. Victory is imminent.
Oops.
Pain cleanses the body.
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Right is a prayer. I'll do it.
I'm not so sure. Anything else?
And that didn't really work.
Not this Scryer's job. Will do.
Thank God you're a shitty shot. Alright, come on, Cassia. Even you can destroy it with that. There you go, lass.
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
I will not be deterred. And so it shall be done.
Damn it. I was hoping I could...
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The Emperor commands. Indeed.
Oh, come on, Abelard. You gotta get back over to me, man.
My armor is contempt.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Eradicated.
Alright. There we go. Now all we gotta worry about is the captain.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Oh crap, I should have told myself to... Yeah, I fucked up.
Was that you? Or... No can do.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words. It will be done.
Missed you, bitch.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, there's another one? Motherfucker. Ah. Wait, hold on. How many are left? They might just be those 3. Shit.
What is this foreboding? Anything else?
That'll bring him down to half health.
Will do.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Ah, God, that didn't do anything to it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
My health is already pretty low.
A tactically sound approach.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Alright, almost.
On it.
Alright, come on, lass. Need to take you. Crap!
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go. Or penetration. Yeah, I accidentally hit it here, didn't I? Well, good news is we're almost done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Tortures a fight like this.
I'm so sorry. Cassie is such a bad shot.
Let my fury rain down upon thee.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty. Reduce the dust.
And we got him. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling in the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Yvain Winterscale of Coronis, greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Yorick 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul. Whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume? The sacred child of House Ocelio. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful, tragic circumstances. What have they done to you? Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help. I must take my leave. Your pilot will take you to Governor Medina. I must take my leave. What have they done to you? And the warden, my friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Speaking is a struggle, but he continues stubbornly. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Wounded. I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burnt out? That was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He's either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from pain. Killing him is the only way to make sure he wasn't corrupted. Damn. Fuck. Fuck. If I kill him, I'm definitely gonna have strained relationships with Winterscale. If I don't kill him and he's corrupted and we let him leave here, he's gonna fuck shit up. Fuck. I cannot be certain that you aren't infected by this corruption as your friend was, except your death. Fuck. I will take the risk he wasn't corrupted. Worst case scenario, we gotta fight off whatever corruption he does bring forth. Which is gonna suck. It'll be my fault. But I don't know. I wish there was a way I could like roll perception or something and see if there's anything more to it. Ooh. A noble sword. It doesn't seem to have better stats than what I was using. Your eyes are drawn to the shards of enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first you are uncertain of what troubles you, but suddenly your realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way. Must be the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius' desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? What are you so interested in? Abelard trails off when he notices that you're looking at, and he instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be! Ija bites her lip.
I see it too. Whatever the thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk.
What? What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He awakens a moment to collect himself, and all at once they start pouring out in a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated.
Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like?
Idra's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time strangely knowing.
Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone head first to the black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack.
It's full of grief.
How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood. You do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness.
Sis's words ring with genuine, sincere hope that you are blessed. You be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Yeah.
Life must be so easy for your sanctimonious preachers, a dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance.
There is enough venom in Idra's voice to poison an entire regiment. It recoils but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury.
How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the arch enemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on.
Theodora is right. It is too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Sister Argenta, you will cease these insinuations about Theodora at once. I will not allow the name of the von Valancius family to be defamed by such words, which you are walking a fine line between outright heresy and the barrel of a bolter. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. I kind of want to say that one, because heresy's a big fucking deal. It's not just, oh, you went against the grain. No, if Theodora gave in to the powers for any kind of benefit, that was asking for shit to go wrong in a horrible manner. But at the same time, I need to stand up for the family name. Because if the family name is tainted by heresy, that, even for a rogue trader who are given some massive freedoms, those don't overstep the Inquisition. That doesn't overstep them. If a rogue trader is tainted by heresy, by chaos, bets are off. But at the same time, it is a little early to assume chaos. Fuck. Argenta is right. The danger of heresy cannot be overstated. Dear is right. It's too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Ah! Hmm. For now, I'm gonna say Adira is right. It's too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Because we don't know... We don't know for a fact Theodora gave in to chaos. She could have had that same lens for anti-chaos reasons. And that's being optimistic, though. Nah, but the danger of heresy can't be overstated. It can't. It is truly malignant. Lord Captain, I'm not excusing heresy. I just don't believe... I don't want to believe Theodora would be involved in it. That all the good she did can be so easily crossed out with a single word. Yeah, let's loot that guy's gun. As well as any other valuables we can find.
Sins hidden in the heart turn.
I'm at your service.
Should I divine our next step? Oh, the irony.
Your seneschal is always there for me.
Join me in prayer.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
For the Emperor.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Heresy grows from idleness.
The whispers taught me how.
Go by poison gas. Glass-making furnace was used to melt the extracted sand into glass. Nice. We got some good supplies. Alright.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. We we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I have news of your lord.
Is Lord still alive? Is he alright?
He is safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship, so ready the shuttle. Help my people get him to my ship. Sir done, your lordship. Thank you for the good news.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Oh, Theodora was heretical. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. She was very much against the grain. I mean, not for Rogue Trader, but generally, as a person, she seemed very stalwart, and not necessarily in a faithful way. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. Tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze, as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper that the ship is cursed or possessed.
Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that. So our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated or manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's task considerably more difficult. The High Factotum Janus Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with a defective property. He's awaiting your audience on the bridge.
Pleasure to you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? You see, your lordship, the ship servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Had it been routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Alright, I wish to take a look. As you wish, your lordship. Okay. Sector data unavailable. Region data location for Valencia's flagship lower decks. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position that they'd... Oh, this is new. And that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay. All standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of the strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion. And the servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons. But then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by this sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak.
The Technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the Technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it at an incline of the head, at the wave of the hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors, stepped away from the servitors. Examined. As a high factotum, it was I who had prompted that the entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow Lord Captain as we stepped closer. We noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visible shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep with their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly, and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trailed on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people. The Lord Captain... I'm not doing hereticals, just stepped away from the servitors. A group of technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. The servitors' mechanical parts separated with clicks and snaps and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitors' stiff muscles, abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred the unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. Touch me and announce his decision. I can iconoclast to dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from the torment. Dogmatic, to send the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before, for they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives and thus did not deserve clemency. To destroy the servitors for what is happening to them could spell horrific heresy. Well, they became servitors because they committed crimes. Probably petty ones at that, but... I kind of want to destroy them, because if they are getting their souls back, they might rebel.
the same time, I kind of want the points in Dogmatic. We're gonna go with Dogmatic. That's what my character would do. On the Lord Captain's orders, the servitors were returned to the same decks where they were worked before. The crew was initially unnerved by the presence, but adapted to their quirks soon enough. Especially since, following the incident in question, there was a noticeable reduction in the servitors' strange behavior. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. Alright, spare the Master of Ordnance, Iconoclast +2, pass through the flames, refusing Theodore's help, Dogmatic +15. Order the defective servitors to be returned to their former duties, Dogmatic +3. Alright, level 1. Okay, so they all have different points. Yeah, I'm mostly going to be jumping between Iconoclast and Dogmatic. I'm avoiding heretical at all costs. I still love that I got my artwork on there. And it actually oddly kind of fits, doesn't it? It's a little saturated color-wise, but it kind of fits artistically, somewhat. Yeah, but I got 18 total points in Dogmatic. Alright, when one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, votary becomes the character's main focus when that happens. The other two conviction branches cannot be raised above the rank 2 adherent. Okay. Belief in the holiness and infallibility of the laws of the Imperium, adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the Holy Chosen Ones, carrying out his will to the ignorant and unruly masses, unfettered hatred of the enemies of mankind, be they traitors, heretics, xenos, or servants of chaos. Believe in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of goodwill. Yeah, so. Iconoclast, you could say, is idealist. Dogmatic is, you know, following the law. The law! Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, but before I do, let me save. And I will be right back. Wow. I'm back.
Apologies for the absence, or brief absence. Wow. Alright, now it's to continue. I'm assuming, again, we can't sell our stuff until we go to the city. Or city. Heading for the bridge. And I believe we have on board the Winterscale Sun. So that should, where it counts, hopefully go in our favor. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. Dream sequence. You raise your head, and with a start, someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, let me zoom out a bit. Among the number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics arisen from the darkness to take your life. As if on its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Voidever's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side. Closing in around you, your nightmarishly slow advances. Kneel before the rogue trader, your lives belong to me. All you hear in response is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites your chest and you clutch the shard, which ravenously bites into your palm with its sharp edge. An unbearable bright light floods everything around you, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold the pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eyes open wide, revealing the gaze so ancient and dark it steals your breath. You have felt this gaze before, there on the bridge. The voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen, accept your fate, champion. So the demon went away. Never. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it's become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from your vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. Quest failed. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive and pick up the cursed artifact and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. So it was the quest to become a heretic? What the fuck was that? Powerful warp entity promised the rogue trader might and power if he managed to become the new champion of chaos. Alright, the Call of Edge quest fails. So that's, you know, that's cool though. There's a quest line for those who want to play a heretical character. How dare they? But of course, for those who wish to do that, there is an option. That's cool to include. Yeah, that is really cool to include. But I'm not a fucking heretic. Shrine of Remembrance. Wait, hold on. Redact the whole thing. And didn't you? Wait, hold on. Is this the name of like other players? It's gotta be, right? Hold on. What? Let me test it. Let me pull up Arch's stream on it. Hold on. That way I can look up his name. If it's cool if this is like the other players. Hold on. What did Arch call his character again? Alright, his supreme... Look at that again. His supreme glorious... Okay. Let me type that in. His supreme... Oh, let's just try his supreme. Maybe I have to do the full name? His supreme glorious... Greatness. Jesus Christ, Arch. Greatness. Sir Arch of... He capitalized of. Terra. Suppose not. I mean, it's only the H's. Hold on. Let me... Or is it like remembering like the beta testers and players? It might be. Doesn't look like so this definitely isn't current players. So this is probably just wait, was this game crowdfunded? These are people who did the Kickstart like Arch. Oh, okay. So it was Kickstarted. Okay. I wasn't sure. One hell of a Kickstart, let me tell you. The people got their money's worth. Well, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Hopefully the nutjobs on Twitter don't find Arch's name on here. Well, we'll find out. But yeah, there he is, Arch. Yeah, hopefully the Owlcat doesn't get shit for that. God knows Arch's haters fucking, they're psychos. Anyway, hold on. There's something I wanted to check. So this isn't better than either of my... Wait, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, I gotta keep in mind, like, when it shows, like, the red down, like, that's in comparison with what you... There. Okay. Okay. I have my noble blade. If only I had a second noble blade, that way I could use to dual wield those. I have my weapon of choice. Foul heretic. Nano Sanctus Dominus. Hallelujah, Sanctus Dominus.
That is not the Emperor's will.
I didn't think I picked up anything new that would... What is this, though? There we go.
Yes, I resisted the corruption to chaos. Of course I would. I will not falter to such foul, disgusting debauchery.
Right here. Now to exit my chambers and return to the bridge. This is a fantastic game so far. I am very, very, very pleased with the events.
Lord Captain,
Alright, nothing new with
Lord Captain.
Snitchel. I'm just gonna check to see if I have any new dialogue with my homies. Kathia, my dear.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Let's talk about us, shall we? There are 2 Pathfinder games that are also crowdfunded as well. Right? Oh, for like Owlcat specifically, or are you just mentioning them in like correlation, like?
Right here? Are you sure? Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
Oh wait, that's just an option to like end the relationship. What? Like that.
I have enjoyed your company.
Greetings.
Nothing new there. Okay. So, we will just progress.
I am an enemy to chaos. I am its righteous, antithetical nature. I will destroy it in the name of the Emperor.
Alright, begin scan. Opening the map of the Cronus Expanse. Okay. Let us land. How you doing today anyway? What is 8? Been having a good day, I hope. Been feeling good. Been feeling fantastic. I hope so. not gonna lie, my feet are really cold. It's a concrete floor and it's wintertime. Actually, what is the temperature outside today? $24 out. So almost 10 below freezing. Hi there, how you doing? Welcome to stream. Get some thick wool socks, Asmo. I don't have. I probably should get some. I know. I just normally wear shoes. I left my shoes in the upstairs, I think. How are they over there? I don't know. I'll be fine. What the fuck? It's a war zone down there. It is Warhammer. Recently woke up? Oh, well, good morning. 20-hour shift. A lot. Took a lot out of you. I mean, I'd expect so, man. I couldn't do a 20-hour. I consider the 11 or 12-hour shifts I do a bit long. But damn, 20 hours, man. I don't know how. That's. I don't know where you live, but that's illegal here. Jesus Christ. Support greets you. The din of ordnance. Okay. Oh, we took some hits. It's difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Sergeant Malgar. Halt! Weapons on the ground are on firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you. From behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumbled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are on lockdown and rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it, and on a shuttle like that? Where'd you get that? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab him, lads. We got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the holy throne, what is this mess? They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I am a rogue trader of House von Valancius. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. I'm the rogue trader von Valancius. Give me a status report this instant. How dare you commoner on your knees before I blow your brains out? With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplar soldier, and barks. My mistake, sir. At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter command is... Sergeant... A frag grenade explodes, cuts off the rest of the sergeant's word. Shrapnel flies everywhere in a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm and now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Last Malaga reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. What is going on here? Do you know? Happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at headquarters, your lordship, sir. Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. Affirmative, your lordship, sir. It's all those damned rebels. Those maggots somehow got their hands on anti-aircraft battery, and it's causing our shuttles to no end of trouble. The thing really packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. Not a soul survived. What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked when it went up with the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, and the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies could come to our aid. Cassia lets out a sorrowful sigh. You may continue to report, peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. Tech priests linked to satellites reporting sightings of strange void ships in the system.
They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered an increased security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is on the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. I don't know, like, this is such an awkward moment to do that, but pat him on the shoulder. You are doing fine work, Malgar. And so are your troops. It is people like you who hold the Imperium together. How could some pathetic rebellion be a cause of enough such a lackluster welcoming ceremony in honor of rogue traders? Right, well, that's douchey. What caused this rebellion? Who are you anyway? I cannot leave you, your people, without aid. Reinforcements will be sent from my ship. Alright, hold on. Who are you anyway? Sergeant Lasse Malga, sir. 11th generation loyal soldier of the House Winterscale. Awarded 3 recommendations for faultless service. Ever since the olden days, his lordship the rogue trader has recruited soldiers and shipwrights on Rykad Minoris, so there is no greater honor for Rykadian than serving his lordship with diligence. What caused this rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking, things keep exploding, and people are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those, Emperor forgive me, preachers came. They start riling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot a few, but they just kept coming. More and more of them. Alright, pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malgar. I live to serve. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as... Wait, can I not also give them the reinforcements? I wanted to do that and give reinforcements. Sure, in the damn anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way... Shut up, okay. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assign all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them and wait for you. And I'll inform headquarters they better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, milady, but I can't get my head round these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight to my last drop. What tech priest? A very important person. The Editus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Amarant or Amanant or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions, though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He damned to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. Is path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me there? You are a fool. The governor, who is safe and sound in the rear, has left you for dead, and here you are preaching about glory. A good fighter would have long since proclaimed the starport. Move out and attack, you cowardly knave. Jesus. You are a good soldier, Malgar. I will see your heroism is noted. Is the path ahead dangerous? What exactly awaits me? The sergeant sighs heavily. All the roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in rebels' hands, and the city is almost lost. So, no help will come. We are surrounded by rebels. And watch your steps, sir. The streets are chock full of them mines. Sergeant's answer is not particularly helpful. When danger is all around you in many forms, it's impossible to prepare for it. Damn it. You're a good soldier, Malgar. I want to see your heroism is noted. Sergeant bosses slightly. I live to serve. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Alright, travels, you will hear many rumors. Those of them that are deserving of the rogue trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumors are just that, other times there's a truth to them. In some cases there may be even more. To verify the rumor, travel to the place indicated in the rumor description. Okay.
While traversing the Corona's expanse as the rogue trader, you are bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds and exploits, some of which reflect in your reactions to the expanse. Okay.
Know your duty. I will cast you into eternal darkness. Cross them.
Alright, get my characters into position. Really? You missed!
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Rejoice, you have been judged and found wanting. I will not.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is that guy holding on to? A rope?
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Fuck yeah.
Indeed.
Aberlad the fucking badasses. Hell yeah. Can't exactly shoot through the ship at them.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh no, I think that's just a glitch. I don't think he's actually holding onto a rope.
Faith without
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it.
Damn it.
Doubt is for the eradicated.
Got him.
I'll do it.
It does feel really satisfying to kill. Only 2 days of work a week. Oh, okay. So you basically do 2 days of work I don't know. That sounds actually preferable to what I do. Because I do like 11 hours here, 12 hours here, and then they schedule me for like 5 here and then 4 here. I'm always just short of 40 hours each week. Normally I'm like at 36, 38. So I'm barely a full-time employee where I work. It almost feels like they're intentionally cutting me just short of it for some reason. I don't know. That could also be conspiratorial of me.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Roast.
Will do.
Yes. Time to die.
So shall it be done. I can't allow myself to do this.
Momentum. Momentum.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose.
Come here, you little shit.
Rejoice in service. Actions will let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
I am the rogue traitor, Asmogan Sigus von Valancius, and you will submit. You missed! So did you!
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Bitches be running.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. It will be done. One fewer target. Victory is imminent.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
Incineration. Why, yes, this is going swimmingly.
I know what is to come.
Nope.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
Brace yourself.
Kill this own ally. You fucking idiot. Alright, you last. I will move you up.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Eradicated.
Hell yeah, we got him. Hell yeah, wanna shoot him, baby. Oh, damn. Shock baton. Nice. There's scrappy las guns, carapace chest plates. Yes. Lots of junk, but we can make do. Alright, so that's them. Just loot from these corpses. Yes. Glorious. Quite glorious indeed. Blind madmen. Is any of that upgrading to what we have? Nope. It's already got better armor than that. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I got better equipment than that. Excuse me. I think I'm already wearing the optimal. And why not? Give you something slightly better than what you were wearing before. I have axe and sword in hand. My strikes will leave you broken and shattered, as is my right.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Alright, where are we looking? Minuteman Rebel.
Look, grovel before the
Crap.
faithful. I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Damn, we're gonna have quite a bit of battle on our hands. Thank God these guys are fucking pathetic. Maybe I should start him out behind cover or get him as close as possible. Decisions. The unrighteous have come to take what we have from us. She's in full cover, and she's the only one that got shot. How ironic. There we go.
Doubt is for the weak.
Huh.
Anything else?
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Will do.
I can't believe this lord is running around the battlefield in sandals. Sandals? I'm wearing sandals? Holy shit, you're right. I didn't even notice. gotta let the toesies breathe, you know. You're cutting down heretics with the ferocity of 1,000 suns. But you know, you want the toesies to get some air, you know. My turn.
Rejoice in another step towards our ultimate victory. The Emperor commands.
High momentum.
May my wrath be thy undoing. Rejoice in service. And so, your corrupt way has failed you. My enemies will be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
It will be done. Target well struck. I will do my duty. I'd rather not.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
You missed. He shot his own man, but totally missed me. I love it. These guys are fucking morons.
Rejoice in battle! None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Anything else?
Be gone!
On it.
Now.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Damn. You tough, man. Credit to you.
And so
They goes behind me, just... Ah, there's a bit of a breeze.
I can't hit him, sir. His dodge percentage is twice mine.
Over there.
Indeed.
Checkmate.
At your beck and call.
Time to crush them all.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may, I'll show you why navigators are feared.
I will not to have been judged and found wanting. Another step towards our ultimate victory. The Emperor commands. Your defiance is futile.
Uh-oh. Did it bug out? No! The fight was going so well! Ah. Please resolve. Okay, thank God. I was like, please don't make me restart the goddamn fight.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Hold on, maybe getting you real close will make it real fucking easy for you. What the fuck?
Cover me.
That is not my destiny.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. Actions will let my fury rain down upon thee.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
What is this foreboding?
Like a crippled in body and corrupted mind.
Follow my lead.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If only that were possible. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Rejoice in service.
What, of course?
High momentum.
That was the last autosave arriving in the system. Seriously? Hold on, maybe I can leave combat?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Fantastically sounded.
Guided by faith!
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Your end is nigh. And so it shall be done.
My place is at the fort.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
I have read tomes of military tactics.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
May the Divine's will be done. The Emperor commands.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Can't kill him, he's immortal. I've clearly left the battle area, so I don't know why it
I
won't.
am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
I don't want to redo all that. That's a lot to redo. Come on,
Follow my
man.
lead.
Rejoice in battle!
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
I know what is to come.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
come all the way back to the fucking...
Emperor, give me strength.
So they don't have a limit on the battle area. That's so stupid. I mean, the bug aside, the bug is fucked up, but the fact that there isn't a limit on the battle arena is fucking ridiculous. That should be the one way you get out of this, as you just escape the battle arena. But it seems like you're in battle until everyone's dead. Jesus fucking Christ, are you serious? Alright, let's go back. Yeah, I'm well aware all my unsaved progress is gonna be lost. Yeah. I'm calling it there. That's just a very disappointing bug. That was a lot of combat. That's a lot I have to redo. I'm not in the mood to redo all that. Nope. Well, we can't say the game is completely optimized. I thought I could say that yesterday, but I can't say that today. That's for sure. It's been an excellent game. I don't think that ruins it, but that certainly is disappointing. I do think they should rework the autosave so it autosaves every time you start a new combat. That way you can just, especially if bugs like that can happen, they should autosave before every combat. At the very least, autosave when I land on the fucking planet. I mean, nah. Yeah. Gonna call it there, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Sorry it had to end on that note, but shit happens. Have a great day, and I'll catch you guys again to play more of this possibly tomorrow. May not be tomorrow. I have a weird set of shifts going on. Tonight I'm working till midnight, and then I work at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm basically gonna, and I live a half hour away from my work, so by the time I get home, I'll probably have just, if I shorten my sleep, I'd have like 2-3 hours max after waking up to do everything I have to do before work. So I basically get to go home and sleep and then come back to work. Yep. Well, catch you guys later. Oh, make sure to leave a like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. If you're new to the channel, or if you didn't remember to leave a like, make sure to do that. Yeah. Alright, see you guys later. Bye-bye.